At this time, we're ready to begin our Market Lamb Showmanship classes in Ring 1. That's the ring to my left, the ring farthest away from the center of the pavilion. We need contestants born in the year 2015. In Ring 2, contestants born in the year 2014. Judging our showmanship classes today, in ring number 2 is Jared Whitcomb of Greenview, Illinois. Jared works for the Farm Service Agency in Petersburg, Illinois. He and his family raise club lambs. He and his beautiful wife, Lauren, have 2 daughters, Emerson and Sloan. And in ring 1, we have Dan Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Dan and his brother are the owners, operators of the family farm, and Dan's also a high school wrestling coach and has done that for 32 years. Dan has judged, trimmed, and shown sheep of several breeds all over the United States. Let's welcome both Dan Spildy and Jared Whitcomb to your Kentucky State Fair. In the makeup area at this time, we need contestants born in the year 2013. 2013 at the end of ring 1, the ring to my left, and contestants born in the year 2012 should be at the end of ring 2. That's the ring to my right. 2013 and 2012 to the makeup areas at the end of the ring. Placing on the class of contestants born in the year 2014. First place goes to contestant 131, Carson Dalton of Allen County 4-H. Second place to entry 70, Deacon McIntosh of Clark County 4-H. Third to 758, Maddox Tremail, Allen County 4-H. 4 to 592, Carly Grant, Warren County 4-H. And 5 to 430, Levi Argebright, Meade County 4-H. Others in that class were Hagen Smith, Carly Berry, and Silas Hahn. In the makeup area at the end of ring 2, we need contestants born in the year 2010. 2010 to the makeup area to ring 2. Check. Results of the class of 2015 born contestants. First place goes to 368, Emma Mulligan, Mason County 4-H. Second place to 431, Morgan Lawson, Mason County 4-H. Third to 561, Hayden Turner, Pendleton County 4-H. Fourth place to 173, Kelsey Whaley, Scott County 4-H. And 5 to 531, Danny Lynn Kane, Garrett County 4-H. Others in that class were Cheyenne Royce, Graham King, and James Cash Jackson. Placing on the contestants born in 2012, first to entry 12, Wyatt King, Owen County 4-H. Second place to 116, Bailey Campbell, Pulaski County 4-H. Again, entering the ring are our 2010 showmen entering ring 2. This is your last call, contestants born in 2010. At the end of ring 1, we need contestants born in 2011. Contestants born in 2011 to the makeup area at the end of ring 1. At the end of ring 2, we need contestants born in the year 2008. 2008 to the makeup area at the end of ring 2. Again, we need contestants born in the year 2008 at the end of ring 2 in the makeup area. And at the end of ring 1, we need contestants born in the year 2011.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Another good class here on the ring one side. We've got some individuals that get into it pretty well. I felt like there was a fairly close placing in several of these individuals. I just felt like this individual that starts the class, she just, to me, just feels more comfortable in the front of that sheep. Keeps this lamb at brace. She was always pretty quick to set the feet, keep the legs square. I felt like the top line on this sheep excelled some of the others in the class. I just felt like there was a lot of things she was doing that just looked more comfortable and appropriate than we had in some of the others in the class. Move into our individual in second. Really looks like he does a great job. He handles that front end well. I like the way he keeps that front end up pretty high, keeps those legs set well. I'd maybe change a little bit of that brace on occasion. That lamb, after it's pressing into you a little bit, it wants to break at the hip a little bit, makes that top line look a little off. Maybe just shake it a little bit, reset it, push into it a little bit more, get something more out of it. But every time we walk and get reset, that lamb looks as good as any in the class, so very impressed with that. The individual in third, I feel like really did a nice job. I thought for the most part, she was very competitive with the top two individuals. Maybe just had a little bit more trouble getting those legs set. I felt like maybe those back hocks want to tip in a little bit, but just maybe needed to get a little more set to those legs. Maybe get a little bit more out of that sheep when I come up on it and touch it. But certainly I think very competitive with the top two and certainly made it challenging for me today. We move into our individual here in fourth, and I felt like a very intense individual. She did a great job of making sure that she was focused on me and her lamb. I appreciate that. But there was times maybe where, again, those legs got a little bit narrow. Maybe the top got just a little bit soft because she was maybe a hair too focused on me. Maybe we just need to check the lamb just a touch more and we'll be good to go. And we round out the class in terms of our top five with an individual I think does a great job. I think maybe just a little bit more experience with getting those legs set efficiently, and maybe that's that this lamb's just being a little bit more hard to work with today. But I think she's definitely intends on beating these individuals in front of her, maybe just on another day when the lamb cooperates more and we can get those legs set, feel just a little bit more comfortable holding that front end up. The other three individuals in the class, as I said in the last class, certainly nothing to be ashamed of. Looks like you've done a great job working with your project. We just maybe had a little bit more trouble as we worked down the line in terms of setting feet and making sure we had everything squared up today.
Placing on our class of contestants born in the year 2013. First place to entry 789, Ansley Terrell, Bourbon County 4-H and FFA. Second place to 1013, Sawyer Hagerman, Fayette County 4-H. Third place, Adeline McCarty, Kenton County 4-H. 4, Emerson Olds, Owen County 4-H. And 5, Maddie Wilkes, Nelson County 4-H. Others in that class, Laney Williams, Brinley Jordan, and Carter Creech. Entering ring 1 at this time, we have contestants born in the year 2011. In the makeup area, we should have contestants born in the year 2009. 2009 to the makeup area at the end of ring 1. Right now in ring 2, we have contestants born in the year 2010. In the makeup area, we should have contestants born in the year 2008. Placing on the contestants born in the year 2010. First place goes to entry 106, Addison Cowan, Mason County, FFA. Second place to 86, Cullen McIntosh, Clark County 4-H and FFA. 3rd to 601, Kinley French, Montgomery County 4-H. 4th to 347, Olivia Simpson, Kenton County 4-H. And 5 to 867, Emma McMurtry, Warren County 4-H. Others in that class were Macy Beecraft, Abigail Johnson, Elizabeth Frame, Finley Paul, Zoe Simpson, Garrett Rouse, Bella Mims, Wyatt Wilkes, In Ring 2, we currently have contestants born in the year 2008. In the makeup area, we need contestants born in the year 2006. In Ring 1, we're currently showing contestants born in the year 2011. Our next class that should be in the makeup area is those born in 2009.
really a fun set to work through here. Big numbers in this class, and that certainly created some challenges for these exhibitors because it was a lot to work around in the ring. Big numbers in the class, but I tell you what, these top few exhibitors, they really excelled. They never let up. This exhibitor that wins the class, in my opinion, never flinched. Walked in, looked great from the beginning. There was one time where I came from the front and maybe didn't have the back feet set quite as fast as I would have liked to seen them set. As I walked by, went right to a brace, maybe didn't catch at the back legs that come up under it. That's the only flaw I saw all day. Otherwise, just absolute money. This exhibitor in second, just that sheep motor's out. I mean, that thing is trained to just get out and go. Looks as good as anybody on the move, really feels comfortable, sets that feet, holds the front end right. I think that the only difference there was maybe back feet placement wasn't quite as accurate as what I saw in the top individual, but really, really, really good job. Move into our individual in third, and this was a problem sheep, and I give her a lot of credit because that sheep is tough to show. If we'd have started switching showmen, these top two may have struggled with that one. Maybe that's because she knows this sheep, but she was always working on bringing those back hocks in, always working on getting that top up, and always tried to get it out of tension. Maybe, again, as I said before, maybe a little more slap than I personally like, but that sheep maybe needed a little bit of attention at times. So I hate to leave that as a negative, but I certainly think this exhibitor knows what she's doing. She knows her sheep. This sheep really, again, just needed more attention. If she'd had one that would just show itself, I feel like she's got the ability to work her way up in the top two, but really a great job with this tougher lamb to show, in my opinion. Move into an individual in four, I think she really, about as composed as anyone in the class, maybe just doesn't show the flair in the way she commands that animal as we move about the ring. Maybe not quite as effective in getting the feet set square at all times, but the sheep just pretty much always looks good, and she looks comfortable with it, and when I come to touch it, she's bracing it. When I want to look at it, she gives me a look. It's just tough to not have her work into this top 4 or 5, but I couldn't get her above the intensity of those three individuals that are standing ahead of her, even though I like a calm showman, and she does that to a T. Round out the class with an individual I thought did, again, a fantastic job. She's very much like the individuals that were up in the top of the class in her intensity. Again, the lamb was a little tougher to show, wanted to bring its back hocks in, tougher to make the feet placement quite right. Maybe didn't look quite as comfortable on the move as a couple of the individuals in the top, but sometimes that's about how the lamb is trained or how they cooperate. So hate to hold that against her, but it puts her in fifth today. Congratulations. And as we work down the line, there's a tremendous amount of good showmen as we work down this line. Very deep, very competitive class.
Entering ring one at this time is contestants born in the year 2009. In the makeup area, we need contestants born in the year 2007. Results from class 2011, first place to entry 760, Reagan Coffey, Grayson County 4-H. Second place to entry 44, Levi Wolf, Pendleton County 4-H. Third to Gracie Medley, Washington County 4-H. Fourth place to Quinn Zinner, Anderson County 4-H and Western Hills FFA. 5 to 127, Callie Fleming, Clark County 4-H. Others in that class were Luke Renfro, Henley Stevens, Ella Zabinko, Grayson Olds, Sydney Brown, Micah McMurtry, Riley Berry, J.C. White, and Sawyer Brown. Results from the contestants born in the year 2008. First place goes to entry 861, Emily Carson, Wolfe County 4-H and FFA. Second to 586, Joshua Geyer, Todd County 4-H. Third to Wyatt Perkins, Mason County, FFA. 4 to Meredith Hampton, Todd County 4-H. And 5 to Anna Beth McCarty, Kenton County 4-H. Others in that class, Peyton Zinner, Clabber Wolf, Wilson Barnes, Roy Utley, Adame Williams, Julie Ann Parrish, Nevia Trammell. Entering ring 2 at this time, we should have contestants born in the year 2006. In the makeup area at the end of ring 1, we need contestants born in the year 2007.
another super deep set over here in ring one. I think these I felt like this top six kind of was just really challenging one another, not to take away from 7 through the other end here, but this top six was really challenging for me. Really enjoyed watching them work. I tried doing some different things to see if I could get them uncomfortable, and they pretty much, all 6 of them, just look like they've been in champion drives before. They look like they understood that I need to be, they need to have that animal ready for me to touch them at all times, and I just felt like they did a tremendous job. The individual that starts the class, I just felt like was the most flawless in the way he handled that sheep, the way he had that sheep's front end, the way he gets it out and moves. I feel like that animal just really kind of worked well with him. I felt like he set the legs really well in terms of his efficiency and placement. I felt like that he knew where to put those legs and got just right, and I felt like every time I looked at that sheep, it was about right. That's taking nothing away from the other individuals in the class. I felt like just his comfortability and maybe the way the feet were set, the way the front end was held, the way he moved with the animal, I just felt like was the best in this particular class for me today. The individuals in second, I felt like I really think this young lady does a fantastic job. Maybe gave it more of a brace than the individual in front, which I appreciated. But there was a couple times where I just felt like that lamb was just a hair stretched. Now maybe that's the way the lamb wants to be, but it kind of straightened out those rear hocks just a little bit. Felt like maybe if we could have got those back legs set just a tiny bit farther underneath it, I felt like you did everything you needed to win this class. So I really hate to break it at that, but I just felt like maybe got a little stretched a couple different times. The individual in third, super job. I felt like maybe less intensity than the 2 that win the class, and that's not so much a negative because I'm focused on what the sheep looks like, but there were times that maybe I could have gotten just a little bit more of a view of the lamb, maybe tends to come around the lamb just a little bit more with her stance. Maybe that lamb didn't give me quite as much of a look when we got it on the move as a couple of the lambs on top, but certainly when she gets this lamb set, she's very accurate with the placement. She's got that lamb braced just right. It touched me back. Just a super classy showman. I think does a great job. I just felt like maybe third was the most appropriate place for it today. The individual in 4, I feel like just super intense. Really like the way this person is always focused on getting those feet set properly. But the lamb maybe just wants to come downhill a little bit. I felt like it maybe didn't want to hold that front end quite right for this individual today. That exhibitor did a good job of trying to keep that front end up. Maybe just didn't have the flash that I saw in the top end of the class. And again, that could be more the lamb than the showman, but I felt like that was the break for me today. The individual rounds out the top 5. Super job. I felt like maybe there was times where we just didn't quite see the flash in terms of the way the posture is on the sheep. And again, sometimes that's the way the sheep is behaving, but we change a couple little things. I feel like she looks comfortable with the sheep. She got the sheep at brace. It's always in the right spot for that sheep. So rounds out the top 5 really nicely. And as I said, really great group on this side as well.
Placing on the class of contestants born in the year 2006. First place to 753, Cassidy Perkins, Mason County FFA. Second place to 911, Kaylee Carson, Wolf County 4-H and FFA. Third, Ella Myers. 4 to 207, Trent Zinner, Franklin County Western Hills FFA. And 5 to 787, Annetta Adair, Henderson County 4-H and FFA. Placing on the class of contestants born in the year 2009. First place to entry 761, Ryder Coffee, Grayson County 4-H. Second place to 257, Izzy Godman, Bracken County FFA. Third to 766, Abigail Mattingly, Callaway County, New Covenant FFA. 4 to 139, Colin Combs, Spencer County FFA. 5 to entry 680, Addison Moore, Meade County FFA. Others in that class were Lily Terrell, Casey Vogt, Cadence Ryan, Tolly Downs, Christina Shea, Katrina Shea, Alicia Cecil, and Alexis Christensen. In the ring, we currently have contestants born in the year 2007. In the makeup area, we need our remaining contestants, those born in the years 2003, 2004, and 2005 in the makeup area. Once we've completed all of our Market Lamb Showmanship classes, we will be selecting an overall champion from our first place winners in each of the previous classes. So please keep that in mind, exhibitors. First place, if you had a first place in any of the previous classes or following classes of Market Lamb Showmanship, we will be having you back in the ring to show for overall champion and showman for the Market Lambs. Overall champion, just first places.
Again, a class that certainly challenged one another really well. I felt like this top pair kind of sorted themselves out. I felt like they complemented each other pretty well in terms of the way they show. I thought the showman in first, I thought was just a little bit more intense. But I thought the wrestler, listen to me, the showman in second, I felt like maybe was just a little bit more calm, maybe just a little bit more at ease with that animal, which I'm great with as long as we get everything we can out of that animal. There were times where I thought maybe the person in first was going to be just a little bit too worked up, and that lamb maybe wasn't going to come back and react the way we needed it to. But I feel like this lamb just really gave me a good touch every time. Lamb in second maybe just didn't quite want to give me the pop, and I felt like maybe the feet placement was just a little bit better in the first place lamb versus the second place lamb. But as I said, the second place individual really has a calm about him, and with that, it's not that he isn't intense because he gets it set right. There was one time earlier, was very impressive to me. I came up on the lamb, I was going to handle it. It was not set right in the back. He quickly got him set and got at brace right away. I thought did a near perfect job in that situation. But again, there's times where I would have maybe set the feet just a little bit different in order to beat the individual in first. Maybe get that lamb just bracing a little bit better for me when he's got time, and I walked up on it in order to beat the individual in first. We move into our third through five individuals here, and I felt like it was kind of a descending order of being able to get those feet set squarely, the accuracy of those placings, the efficiency of those placings, maybe the way they hold the head, moving about the ring and things like that, but certainly all three of them did a great job. And again, as we round out the class, great effort by everyone.
Placing on our contestants born in the year 2007. First place to 625, Lucas Bays, Boone County 4-H. Second place to 230, Clark Coyle, Boyle County FFA. Third place to 148, Elijah Cowan, Mason County FFA. 4 to 382, Heidi Castle, Clark County FFA. 5 to 42, Larkin Romines, Fayette County FFA. Others in that class included Kinja Vargas, Micah Horn, Autumn Maynard, and Cheyenne Wilburn. At this time, in the end of ring 1, that's the ring to my left, the south ring, we need those first place winners from the previous classes in the makeup area. Emma Mulligan, Carson Dalton, Ansley Terrell, Wyatt King, Reagan Coffey, Addison Cowan, Ryder Coffey, Emily Carson, Lucas Bays, and Cassidy Perkins. We need you in the makeup area at the end of ring number 1, that south ring, the ring to my left.
Well, fun way to wrap up our age divisions here with this this particular group. I think this is a very competitive group against one another. The individual that starts the class, I felt like was really working well with her lamb. I felt like she gave us a good brace. The lamb looked good. She was comfortable with it. She's good with that front end, good on the move. Maybe there was a couple times where I thought the back feet were just a hair too stretched. She wants to tighten up that back left hock a little bit, and that thing straightens on us a little bit. So maybe my advice would be to tuck it up under just a little bit, but overall, really does a nice job with this lamb. Individual in second, I felt like early on I was pretty sure she was going to win the class. She was really driving that lamb. I felt like she was the one that was giving me the most look. Really had that lamb dialed in. Front left wanted to kick out a bunch of times, and I just kept on hoping she would reset it, and it just kind of needed to be reset. And the lamb just started getting a little bit feisty with her, didn't want to cooperate a whole lot, but we could have got that front end set just a little bit different. I could deal with that because I've shown plenty of lambs that don't cooperate, and I can tell the skills are there to get that lamb showed good enough to win this drive. The individual in third really didn't do anything wrong, just maybe didn't have the flash. Maybe it's because of the stature. He's taller than the individuals that won the class. Just maybe doesn't look quite as comfortable when we're setting into that lamb. Maybe didn't get about the ring quite as easy, but certainly an individual that knows how to get this lamb looking right, knows how to get it at brace. For the most part, had the feet and legs right. Very few complaints, just slipped into third place at it by a slim margin today. We round out the class with 4 and 5. I felt like maybe the individual in fourth, again, maybe the front end wasn't being held quite as comfortably. I felt like maybe there was more gripping rather than letting it work into you. Maybe there wasn't quite as much in terms of brace. The back legs would get a little bit outside of itself, but certainly she knows how to show this sheep. She did a great job with her intensity and keeping me where I needed to be and her sheep where it needed to be, but certainly another day might be a different story for us. And an individual in fifth, I felt like tremendous job as well, great effort. Maybe just, again, setting those back legs just a little bit more efficiently, driving it just a little bit more compared to the other individuals in the class. But a really fun group to wrap up our age divisions.
Placing on the class of 2003, 2004, or 2005 born contestants, first place to 444, Emma Hampton, Madisonville North Hopkins FFA. Second place to 278, Macy Hazelrig, Fleming County FFA. Third to Blake Daly, Paris FFA. 4 to Carrie Wagner, Locust Trace FFA. And 5 to Abigail Potts, Warren East FFA. We would like to thank the Poultry Federation for feeding the sheep show staff today. It was delicious, and we surely appreciate it. Also, if you would like to be a mentor for the Sunshine class, please see Caitlin with KDA. Again, in the makeup area, we need those class winners. Class winners should be in the makeup area from the Market Lamb Showmanship. Emma Mulligan, Carson Dalton, Ansley Terrell, Wyatt King, Reagan Coffey, Addison Cowan, Ryder Coffey, Emily Carson, Lucas Bays, Cassidy Perkins, and Emma Hampton. You all need to be in the makeup area at the end, or just inside at ring number 1. Following the selection of our overall champion showman for the Market Lamb portion, we will take a 15-minute break before we go into our breeding sheep showmanship.
really been a lot of fun for us to sort through these, and it's been a fairly quick show in terms of these exhibitors having to get in and out of the ring in a hurry, and they've been well prepared. I'm sure they're well aware of it, but these individuals out here, as well as all the others back in the barn, we hope that you thank your parents and any other people that have helped coach you up in terms of getting these sheep ready and prepare you for this moment, because this is a pretty elite moment to be standing out here in this kind of company. Both Jared and I have come to a consensus. There was about 3 or 4 people that we felt like rose to the top in this group, but we'll go out and select your overall Supreme Champion, maybe with a handshake at this point. We just really appreciate the work that you put in, the job you've done, and we'll go out and select your Supreme now.
Presenting the award is Commissioner of Agriculture Jonathan Schell. Champion Market Lamb Showman is Reagan Coffey of Grayson County 4-H out of the 2011 born contestants. Again, we will take a 15-minute break. 15-minute break back here at 3:05 to do breeding sheep showmanship. 5-minute call, breeding sheep showmanship exhibitors, 5-minute call. In ring one, we'll start out with Division 1. That'll be the contestants born in the years 2013, 14, or 15. And in ring two, we will have Division 2, those contestants born in the years 2011, 2012. Again, in the makeup areas, at the end of ring one, the ring to my left, that is actually the south ring. We need Division 1, contestants born in the year 2013, 14, and 15. At the end of ring number 2, the ring to my right, the north ring, we need Division 2 contestants. Those were born in the year 2011, 2012. Now ready to begin our breeding sheep showmanship. In ring 1, we need contestants born in the years 2013, 14, and 15 into the ring. Division 1 into ring 1. In ring 2, we need Division 2, those born in 2011 and 2012. Now ready to begin. In the makeup areas at the end of each ring, at the end of ring 1, we need Division 3. Division 3, those contestants born in the years 2009 and or 2010. At the end of ring 1, Division 3 should be in the makeup area, those contestants born in 2009, 2010. At the end of ring 2, the ring to my right, the north ring, we need contestants in Division 4 in the makeup area. Those are contestants born in 2006, 2007, 2008. Again, Division 4 should be at the end of ring 2 in the makeup area. 2006, 2007, and 2008 born contestants. Placing on the Class Division II of our Junior Breeding Sheep Showmanship. These are contestants born in the year 2011 or 2012. First place goes to 760, Reagan Coffey, Grayson, 4-H. Second place to 96, Manny Kinman, Boone County, 4-H. Third to 44, Levi Wolf, Pendleton County, 4-H. 4 to 179, Luke Renfro, Warren County, 4-H. 5 to 546, Enoch Geyer, Todd County, 4-H. Others in that class, Ada Doyle of Warren County, 4-H. We'd like to welcome our judges again that are doing our junior showmanship classes. Jared Whitcomb is in ring 2. He's from Greenview, Illinois. He's employed with the Farm Service Agency in Petersburg, Illinois. He and his family raise club lambs. He's married to his beautiful wife, Lauren, and they have 2 daughters, Emerson and Sloan. And in ring 1 is Dan Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. He's the owner-operator of their family farm along with his brother. He also has the distinction of being a high school wrestling coach for the past 32 years. Dan has judged, trimmed, and shown several breeds of sheep all over the United States. Let's welcome again Jared and Dan to your Kentucky State Fair.
What a tremendous class, and I apologize to these exhibitors. This took me longer than I like it to take, especially as hard as they had to work. But I just feel like these exhibitors commanded some time. It was very hard for me to figure out exactly which person I think is just the elite person in this group. And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. You could walk out and walk back in, and I'd probably have a different winner. That's taking nothing away from our champion in this group. That's just how good the people are that are shown against you. But the person that wins, she's awesome. She gets that sheep set. I love the way she holds the head level. A lot of the other exhibitors in the class tend to get the nose a little high for me. This sheep wanted to keep its head level, or she put it there for us, and that to me that helped. But just great at getting the feet set. She was always at attention. She never lost focus. A couple times that sheep didn't quite want to behave, and she just nailed it, got back to it, stayed focused. When I went back to that back corner, she was the one that maybe didn't know I went back there, but eventually figured it out. But she was focused on getting that sheep right. And I would rather you get the sheep right first and then figure out where I am than to worry about me when the sheep is off. And to me, that was to your credit. The person in second, just an amazing job as well. As I said, I can't say enough good about this top group particularly. He was so focused this whole time. I just wish that sheep didn't quite want to have its hocks a little bit out of whack for me. I think it's more the sheep than it is the showman, but they just wanted to straighten out and flare out a little bit, and sometimes I think they just needed to be adjusted. But if that nose would have been just a little more level, and again, sometimes the noses, the sheep want to put them up, and it's hard to get them straight. I lost the showmanship class when I was a junior in high school to one of my best friends. And I still can't forgive the judge for telling me that I was holding the nose too high when the sheep was holding it up, and I kept trying to push it down. But nonetheless, the nose was high. And that's how I lost. And unfortunately, the back hocks and the nose are the only two things I would change about the way this guy went at it. But just an amazing job. Congratulations. The individual in third, super job. I felt like maybe that sheep didn't quite cooperate as well for you as it did for a couple of the others in front of you. The feet placement was tougher for you to get right as quick and efficient as it did with the top two, but just super job. You hold that head nice. Again, once in a while that nose wanted to creep up, but I think that was that sheep looking around more so than where you wanted to hold it. Just an amazing job. Can't say enough good about you. Just got beat by two elite people that were really spot on today. The exhibitor in fourth, I felt like was one of the elite showmen earlier today. One of them that I felt like was a contender in the Supreme Drive, but just kind of lost it partway through, got a little tired. You've done a lot of showing already. You tended to look off to see if you were getting approval from a parent or a coach a little more than the others did. I want you to you're so good. Focus on that sheep, get it right, keep those back legs set, and you're going to win every time. Okay, that's the way I see it. All right, great job. And the gentleman that rounds out our top five is someone who I think is just super good at showing. The sheep wasn't quite as easy to show, wasn't quite as easy to set those legs, and a couple times just struggled to keep the top line, the nose, and the feet all right at the same time. When there's four that elite in front of them, I just felt like maybe that was the struggle today. But we start switching sheep, maybe there's another one that behaves better, and we can certainly win the class. With tremendous job with everyone else in the class, too. Congratulations.
Results in Ring 1 from our Division 1 class. These are contestants born in 2013, 14, or 15. First place goes to entry 592, Carly Grant, Warren County 4-H. Second place to 832, Caston Caldwell, Pendleton County 4-H. Third to Carson Dalton, Allen County 4-H. Fourth place to 368, Emma Mulligan, Mason County 4-H. 5 to entry 758, Maddox Trammell, Allen County 4-H. Others in that class included Melissa Rodriguez, Hayden Turner, Sawyer Hagerman, Ivory McGlone, Hagan Smith, Levi Argebright, Charles C. Parker, Adeline McCarty, Samantha Geyer. In the class Ring 2, Division 4, our contestants born in 2006, 7, or 8. First to entry 230, Clark Coyle, Boyle County FFA. Second place to 763, Wyatt Perkins, Mason County FFA. Third to 480, Annabeth McCarty, Kenton County 4-H. 4 to 40, Clabber Wolf, Pendleton County FFA. 5 to 985, Peyton Zinner, Western Hills FFA. Sixth place to 911, Kaylee Carson, Wolf County 4-H and FFA. Others in that class, Meredith Hampton, Wilson Barnes, Emma Doyle, Caitlin Geyer, Annetta Adair, Emily Carson, Micah Horn, Juliana Parrish, and Emily Holbrook. We do want to remind exhibitors at this evening's breeding sheep show, you do need to wear your appropriate back tag numbers. There are safety pins for attaching those if you need them outside the sheep office on the table. Also, as a reminder, a new rule for 2025 that will be policed very vigorously this evening and tomorrow is no aerosol cans will be allowed in the makeup rings or the show rings. Again, no aerosol cans will be allowed in the makeup rings or the show rings. That applies to not only the Market Lamb show, but also this evening's breeding sheep show. Exhibitors, we do want to remind you, at the conclusion of this evening's breeding sheep show, we will be doing the county and breeders group classes. Again, county and breeders group classes will be done this evening following the breeding sheep show. There are 3 different county group classes, plus the breeders group class, which is 5 lambs bred by 1 breeder or family. So we will do county and breeders group classes this evening following the conclusion of the junior breeding sheep show.
Well, I knew it wasn't going to get any easier, and this class was really challenging. And again, I apologize. I took more time than I probably needed to, but I felt like these top exhibitors were doing such a great job, and I kept on thinking I could get them to make mistakes. And about the time I thought I had my mind made up, then the one I wanted to go with did something small that I would have liked to have changed. And I thought, well, I'll give it that exhibitor another chance. And the bottom line is any of these exhibitors are outstanding, and they all deserve to be standing up front, but that's not the way this world works. We get a winner, and we get followed by the runs behind him. And this exhibitor up front, I felt like just really did a great job today. She had those feet set right. She was fully at attention. She was always working that sheep right. Again, I think once in a while, sheep tend to want to stretch themselves out, especially when they're driving. If I was going to change the way she was handling this sheep, I would set her back feet about a ½ inch to an inch farther under it because I feel like those hocks are starting to straighten ever so slightly. But it was such a small thing, and this sheep handles itself well despite that. But just a fantastic job of working the front, bracing it, at attention, keeping the feet set. A few moments got a little tough there, but I wanted to do some different things and see how they reacted, and I thought she really held herself together well. Congratulations. This exhibitor in second, I can't say enough about the way, I just love the way he holds that front end. It doesn't matter where we are in the ring. It doesn't matter if he's bracing or if he's holding the sheep to look at me or anything else. I feel like he does the best job in the class at holding that front end. And quite honestly, I was giving him the nod to win most of the way through. And there was just a few times where I thought maybe the back feet weren't set quite as well. Maybe didn't give me quite as much brace as the other one did for what I am. And again, we're in a breeding stock deal now, and in the breeding classes, I don't need to get quite as much touch, but I still want that lamb at attention. And there was once where maybe it was just a little soft down the center for me compared to the lamb that won, and that was a small thing, but just an amazing job. I feel bad because I kind of had him in first a lot of the way and just ended up in second here toward the end when we started doing some different things, but fantastic job. Congratulations. The individual in third, really enjoyed watching her work that sheep. I felt like was in a position to put herself on the top of this class. The sheep maybe gave her a little more challenge when it came to setting feet and legs. I felt like maybe she just wasn't quite as comfortable setting them efficiently like the top two individuals were, and that's really the only break there. I felt like she kept the sheep looking just like those top two did. It was really fun to put them on a different view here, and they all just had them looking so amazing. It's just fun to sort through a group of showmen that are that skilled. So congratulations, and I apologize you ended up in third out of the top three here. I felt like you kind of cut yourself in that top three pretty handily. Move into 4 and 5, and these exhibitors do an amazing job. I think this gentleman here in fourth, there's times where I think he gives us the best effort of anyone in the class. He's working hard. He gets into it. This sheep wants to tuck its front end down. He was trying really hard to get that front end up, but then it starts to fight a little bit more and just had more challenges with this sheep than some of the ones ahead of him. So I think maybe we just had to somehow find a way to relax and get that sheep to just kind of take care of itself, but really did a great job. And again, we round out the class with somebody that I really respect the way they show. Top line wanted to get away from this individual some, and then the back legs got away just a little bit, so these top four just got to be a little bit too much for today, but this is an outstanding showman as well. We got a lot of them down this line that could handle my sheep any day. Thank you.
Placing on the class or division number 3. Division 3 are contestants born in the years of 2009 or 2010. First to entry 257, Izzy Godman, Bracken County FFA. Second place to 761, Ryder Coffee, Grayson County 4-H. Third to 106, Addison Cowan, Mason County FFA. 4 to 139, Colin Combs, Spencer County FFA. 5 to 601, Kinley French, Montgomery County 4-H. Others in that class, Lily Terrell, Brooke Scotthorn, Ella Stone, Tally Downs, Addison Moore, Elizabeth Frame, Macy Becraft, Annabelle Geyer, and Emma McMurtry. In the makeup area at this time, we need our division winners from the previous 4 divisions. It's been out. We need Carly Grant from Division 1, Izzy Godman from Division 3, Reagan Coffey, Division 2, and Clark Coyle, Division 4, in the makeup area at the end of the show ring number 1. Following the conclusion of our junior breeding sheep showmanship class, we will begin our breeding sheep show 30 minutes after the completion of that showmanship program.
Nice job rounding out here our older division. I felt like we've got a lot of experience here. Maybe some little things that we can just keep working on as we get farther into the season. But this person that starts the class, I feel like was just really compatible with the way this animal wants to show. Quite frankly, maybe the way I broke between 1 and 2, both of them went down and worked the belly line a little bit. More of an old style breeding style showman, if you will. But I think if we're going to do that, we want to make sure that part of the reason you're going down there is to make sure you look at that top line, get that top line straight. And I felt like maybe rubbing that belly a little bit more aggressively would have got this person from second to first, because I felt like maybe the person in first had that top line looking just a little bit better. But I thought both of them did a great job of feet placement. Both of them, particularly the person in second, had a little bit more trouble getting them to actually leave them where they wanted them, where he wanted them, I should say. But I just felt like the exhibitor in first here, I thought she did a great job of making that top line look a little bit more exemplary for what I wanted versus the person in second. But a great job on both cases, very similar in their styles. The person in third, I felt like probably did the best job of the group at getting that lamb feeling that brace for me when I came up on it. The feet set pretty square for the most part. The biggest thing I would say is maybe, in my opinion, for what I like, just try to relax just a little bit more. There was times where maybe it looked like your intensity was a little bit much for your lamb, but certainly you did a great job of getting it set. The head was about where it belongs. I think just letting that lamb relax just a little bit, particularly in a breeding show, is maybe a little bit more what I was looking for. And we move into our exhibitor in fourth. I thought really did a nice job of keeping her attention to the judge. Maybe there was times where the back legs were maybe a bit narrow or the top line wasn't quite right, but I felt like just keep working on the way you hold that head and keeping that head nice and level, and otherwise just keeping that top line right. Certainly very close here in this top group. We round out the class with an exhibitor that I think did a great job. I thought did as good a job as anyone with the front end of that sheep. Maybe just need to keep working on setting those back legs. You had them set perfect early on, but then they just wanted to keep coming up under itself just a little bit more. So keep them back and square like a table, and we're going to be good to go. But you really did a nice job.
Results of Division 5 Breeding Sheep Showmanship. First place goes to 278, Macy Hazelrig, Fleming County FFA. Second place to 801, Blake Daly, Paris FFA. Third place to 611, Laney Lone, Grinnip County FFA. 4 to 610, Carrie Wagner, Locust Trace FFA. And 5 to 214, Abigail Potts, Warren East FFA. In our championship drive for overall champion showman in the breeding sheep division, we have from Division 1, Carly Grant, Warren County 4-H. Division 2 is Reagan Coffey, Grayson County 4-H. Division 3, Izzy Godman, Bracken County FFA. Division 4, Clark Coyle, Boyle County FFA. And Division 5, Macy Hazelrig, Fleming County FFA.
Well, so we get out here to pick our champion showman of the breeding show. Dana and I both kind of put our heads together there quick and kind of landed on the same one. I think that all 5 are doing an awesome job. It just kind of comes down to personal preference on how they're getting them stuck out here right now. And in this moment, let's give them all one more round of applause. We'll show you your champion.
As our judges get ready to make their selection, let's introduce Jonathan Schell, our Commissioner of Agriculture here in Kentucky. And our overall showman champion is from Division 4, Clark Coyle, Boyle County, FFA. At 4:30, we will be doing our breeding sheep show. We will have in ring 1, we'll start out with Hampshires. In ring 2, the all other breeds meet will be our first breeds in that breeding sheep show. Hampshires in ring 1, all other breeds meet in ring 2 will be our first breeds. 2-minute call, exhibitors, 2-minute call to begin our evening shows with the breeding sheep. Again, we'll start out with Hampshires in ring 1. And over in ring number 2, we will start with all other breeds meet. Again, we want to remind exhibitors you do need to wear the appropriate back tag in the class for the breeding show today. If you need safety pins, they're on the table just outside the office pod. Also, remember, no aerosol cans in the show ring or in the makeup area. No aerosol cans or containers in those areas tonight. exhibitors in the black-faced crosses and the white-faced crossbred ewes. We want to remind you we will be weighing those animals back. We will weigh back the top 5 in each class. So just be prepared to do that.
Well, to start off our breeding show on this side, young man brings a nice Dorper ewe out here that's level top, good in her spine, has some rib cage to her, gets around on a good set of feet and legs. Let's give that young exhibitor a nice round of applause.
Placing on the all other breeds meat class in ring number 2 on the yearling ewe. First place went to entry 98, Joshua Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky, with sheep 1. That was a Dorper. Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn class of January Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry number 23, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25-035.
Another single entry on the AOB meat side. Young lady brings a nice Dorper ewe out here that's opened up and wide out both ends of her skeleton. One that's good on her feet and legs. I guess if you want to get a little picky on her, she maybe wants to hinge just a little bit different out of her hind leg, but I still think she moves around adequately here. Let's give that young exhibitor a nice round of applause.
Placing on the all other breeds meat early born junior ewe lamb class, first to entry 102, Caitlin Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky, with Kate's sheep. Next, we're showing late-born junior ewe lambs on the AOB meat. Placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshire show, first place to entry 24, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25-066. For the Hampshire show, our champion ram goes, Slickshorn Ram goes to the Slickshorn January Ram Lamb. Paradise 25-035, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. The reserve champion to the first in the February class, Paradise 25-066, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Next up, we have Hampshire Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lambs. We had a scratch on the yearling ewe class.
A few more numbers over here on the AOB side, AOB meet. I think the young lady brings one here. I think we set them into motion. I think this one's probably the most fluent up both ends of her skeleton. She keeps her chest where it needs to be, and I think the biggest thing, we get off to the side of these. I think this one still proportions the best. She's still got enough touch and tone to her. Still pretty stout there. Just an easy one for me to go ahead and land on. From there, I think there's probably a little bit of sort. The biggest one here, and two, you like the extra height, the shoulder, the length of body this one has. She's big in the center portion of her body. She's maybe not as fresh when you get your hands on her. I think she maybe gets just a little vertical out of her hind leg, but I think I prefer how she looks like when we get off to the side and how she utilizes her hind leg compared to the two following here. One here and three. I like how tall shouldered this one was. That's cool neck, long level spine. We get off to the side and study her. I think she's got a little more set to her hind leg. When we get set that one in motion, she wants to drop out of her chest just a little bit. Shoulder maybe doesn't blend as smooth. We get one here in four. One that comes probably just a little stouter and a little more rugged in that regard. But we study this one from the side. I got to reorganize her skeleton, especially from a structure standpoint, and make her utilize her hind leg a little better for me today. Let's get those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the all other breeds meet in the late-born junior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 103, Caitlin Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Lil. Second place to 106, Annabelle Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Sheep 1. Third to 107, Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Hailstorm. And fourth place to Samantha Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Woolly Wonka. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ewe. Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place and also senior champion, entry 32, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky with Ambergy 2501 or 029. Second place to entry 31, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky with Paradise 25005, and that was your reserve senior champion.
We get over here to pick a champion AOB meet you. We got to bring our three class winners back out here, and real quick, the one that wins class one, a nice, very complete, smooth one. Probably doesn't overwhelm you in just any one area, but one that moves around the ring good. The middle one here is extra stout and powerful, still pretty fresh to the touch. I guess it would be critical on her. Like I said, she can maybe get out of her hind leg just a little bit, but that's being very critical on her. We round out this division here with one that came to us, big rib, stout, still really fresh to the touch. We get these out here comparative. Maybe that one's shoulder isn't set in or as neat as a couple, but I still think one that's very high quality as well. Let's give those exhibitors one more round of applause. I'll show you how I like them.
For the AOB meet, our champion ewe went to the first place in the early junior ewe lamb class. Caitlin Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Kate's Sheep. The reserve was our first place winner out of the late junior ULAM class, Caitlin Geyer Lill. And third goes to the first place in the yearling class, Joshua Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky, with Sheep 1. Now ready to move into our AOB wool class.
Just a single entry here. Young lady brings one that's stout and powerful. You get off to the side and still looks good and proportions all right. I guess if you want to get critical on her for as much as she has up high, does her lower skeleton match that? That's just being critical. Let's give that young lady a nice round of applause.
Placing on the early born junior ULAM class for the AOB wool, our class winner and also champion U goes to entry 83, Addison Cowan, Maeslick, Kentucky, with Sugar, a Shropshire U. We are now ready to move into the blackface crossbred classes. We need class number 1 ewes. These ewes weigh between 81 and 114 pounds. Again, want to remind you that we are weighing back the top 5 in each class. 81 to 114 pounds, class 1, blackface crossbred ewes. placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn January ULAM class, first to entry 41, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, with F501. Second place to entry 38, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Johnson Family Showstock 25089. Third to entry 37, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, and 4 to entry 36, Manny Kinman, Burlington, Kentucky. Again, exhibitors, we want to remind you, you must wear the correct back numbers out to class. Those are the numbers that correspond with your entry. You will switch back numbers between the animals. So please wear the correct back numbers out here in class. Placing on the Slickshorn February ULAM class for the Hampshires, first place to entry 42, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25061. Molly. Placing on the Slickshorn Hampshire March Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 43, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Johnson Family Show Stock 25093. Second place to 44, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with AC 25031.
As we get over here into our first class, the blackface cross ewes, we start in a class. I think there's one that probably just for me, I go ahead and I land on. The young man's blue ewe up front here. One that's fresh to the touch. This one moves around the best on her feet and legs, and I still think she balances up adequately enough. I'm not going to say she's the shallowest and the most tucked up in her chest, because she's not, but I think she's adequate in that regards and just an easy place to land. The one that's probably the most trippy up front and the most exotic in her rib cage is the young lady we're going to land into. I really like the front 1/3 of that sheep. You can see the shape she has. From there back, though, she reads a little immature. She's not as big and fresh in her loin. She wants to get a little bit rounder, not as filled out in her pin set right now, but one I think better days are ahead of her. We get one here in 3. It's a little bit different type and kind. This is the one a little more mature. This one's opened up and stout and rugged. I like how this one looks when I get off to the side. We set this one in motion. I thought she wanted to get a more restricted out of her shoulder, wanted to be a little tighter out of her rear too. I just need to see her move a little freer and easier, especially when we get her on the go. One here in 4, kind of the same way. I really like the upper skeleton of this one. This one's rib cage is big and round. One shape's good. We set that one in motion. She kind of falls out of balance as she wants to get a little deeper in her chest, a little tighter in her rear flank, and just doesn't want to get out and go in that regard. Round out the top 5 with another one that's a little bit bigger in type and kind, a little taller shouldered. You can see the shape she has up the backside of her shoulder. From there, though, you start setting her. She reads a little more generic up front, not as big and square from behind. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on Class 1 of our blackface crossbred ewe lambs. These lambs weigh between 81 and 114 pounds. First place to entry 85, Maddox Treme, Adolphus, Kentucky. Second place to entry 121, Emma McMurtry, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Third place to 181, Tally Downs, Alexandria, Kentucky. 4 to 150, Carrie Wagner, Lexington, Kentucky. 5 to 152, Kaylee Carson, Beattyville, Kentucky. 6th place to 179, Elizabeth Frame, Caneyville. 7th place to 35, Brooke Scawthorne, Corneth. 8 to 185, Julie Anna Parrish, Bowling Green. 9 to 140, Ada Doyle, Smiths Grove. 10 to 131, Carrie Wagner, Lexington. And 11 to 139, Emma Doyle, Smiths Grove. Placing on the Slickshorn pair of ewe lambs for the Hampshires, first place to Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. For our junior champion for the Slickshorn Hampshires, that goes to the first place out of the January ULAM class, entry 41, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, with F501. Second to the first place in the February ULAM class, entry 42, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, Paradise, 25061. And third goes to entry 38 from the January ULAM class, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Johnson Family Show Stock, 25089. Now ready to show for overall champion, reserve champion, and third overall U.
We get into our second class here, and with the weights going up just a little bit, the competition has gotten deeper. And of any of the climbs so far, this is definitely the deepest set of sheep we've seen. And within that, I think there's one for me to just go ahead and lead off with. I think this one, we set this one in motions where she probably excels and then beats the class, in my opinion. You get your hands on her, she's still fresh and trimmed to the touch. You get off, and she still balances, and her lines are good. Her feet are good. She's big out of her hip into her stifle there. I think she's still really good in her rib cage. Just an easy place for me to land. The one coming in two, I think, is probably just built more like the class winner here. I like the front 1/3 of this one quite a bit. She's opened up, big in her rib cage. Tall enough fronted for me. You don't have to be crazy, but I don't know if she's as maybe as elite up front as the one on either side. I like the upper rib cage of that one. Big in her pin set. This one maybe doesn't blend in near as smooth into her hip loin. We get this one in motion. She wants to get just a little vertical on her hock at times. That's being very critical of a very high quality 1 and 2. From the outside looking in, I get drawn into this 1 and 3. The young lady is doing an awesome job showing this one and presenting it. This one's tall fronted, long level top, good in her underline. You get your hands on this one. This one's got the most bark out of any of them in the top 5. We got to trim her down over her rib cage, firm her up, and make her just a little fresher to the touch when we get our hands on her. The one coming in 4, one that has some cool aesthetics. This one's big-footed, got all the big legs that you want. She's tall and cool up front through the front 1/3 of her body. If we start studying that one from their back, though, that one kind of plays out for me. We need to make that one bigger and square in her pin set, give her a shot more width from behind. We get one here in 4 that probably is a little bigger and square in her pin set. We set this one in motion. I think she wants to kind of drop her chest out of her. Shoulder maybe doesn't blend in or near as smooth as we set her on the go. Let's go to this exhibitor's nice round of applause.
in our overall Hampshire champion drive here. I think we've got 3 really elite individuals. I think we've got a one that came out of the senior division here that's just really cool in her build. She's super fronted. She's really long. She handles with a lot of trim muscle to her. We move into the lambs that came out of that more junior drive, if you will, our lambs that came out of those spring divisions, and they're just loaded up with muscle. They've got a lot of rib cage to them. I think the bottom line is I think our 2 younger lambs actually excel this older lamb in terms of their rib cage, in terms of their touch. I love the design on this a little bit older lamb, but she's going to stand third today to our 2 that came out of the younger drive, and then our older lamb here will be our 3rd pick.
For the Slickshorn Hampshire Show, our first place January ewe lamb, our junior champion, was our overall Slickshorn champion ewe for Hampshires. Our first place February ewe lamb, our reserve junior champion, was our reserve overall champion ewe. And our first place senior ewe lamb, our senior champion ewe, was our 3rd overall ewe. That first place January, our overall champion was entry number 41, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky with F501. Reserve champion was 42, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky with Terradice 25-061. And our 3rd overall was entry 32, Clark Coyle, Ambergy 25-029. Placing on the 2nd class of blackface ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 135, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Ambergy 25-063. Second place to 129, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky, with entry 71. Third place to 190, Peyton Zinner, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. 4 to 160, Wyatt Perkins, Maysville, Kentucky. 5 to 127, Izzy Godman, Brooksville. 6th place to 165, Emily Holbrook, Louisa, Kentucky. 7th place to 122, Castine Caldwell, Butler, Kentucky. 8th place to 119, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. 9 to 157, Carly Grant, Bowling Green, Kentucky, and 10 to 189, Carlisle Parker, Pleasureville, Kentucky. In ring 1, we're now ready to move into South Downs. We need South Downs late junior ram lambs. Again, we need Southdown, Lateborn, Junior Ram Lambs to the ring, please.
In our Southdown Ram drive here, we start out with a late-born ram that brings a lot of frame size, long-bodied, good top lamb, moves about the ring pretty well. Maybe we could blow that top up a little bit and give him just a little bit more muscle to go with this big skeleton, but certainly a ram that brings a lot of nice things to the table as well.
Placing on the Southdown breeding sheep, late-born junior ram lamb class. First to entry 59, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky, with Eagle Rare. That will also be our champion Southdown ram. Now ready for yearling ewes. Currently, we're on class number 3 of our ewes, 124 to 129 pounds for the black-faced crossbreds. We should have class number 4, ewes weighing 130 to 134 in the makeup area.
That one up from your rear flank. Make that one move just a little freer off the rear too. Kind of go ahead and move that one up. Let's go to the center side, shot over the pulse.
In our Southdown yearling ewe class, we've got 2 different kinds of sheep here, really. I'm going to go with the bigger framed one, not so much because she's flat bigger, but I really like the design on this sheep. I think, in my opinion, if we can make them a little bit bigger and still have them functional in this capacity, certainly she's got a huge rib cage to her, big top. She handles good and fresh in terms of her muscle structure. Both these ewes are probably plenty far along in terms of their condition, but I like the extension. I like the way she blends into her shoulder. I like her for her length of body. Certainly that we're going to grant that our second place ewe is a powerful bugger. She's probably got a nickel more bone than our first place ewe does, particularly for her size. Pretty headed ewe, but a ewe that I'd just like to give her just a little bit more angularity to that front and the way she comes down into her brisket versus up out of her shoulder, and maybe just make her just a snitch longer as well when we compare to this top placing ewe.
Placing on the class number 3 of our black-faced ewes, these ewes weighing 124 to 129. First place to 182, Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with Jenny. Second place to 194, Emma Mulliken, Maysville, Kentucky, with Sabrina. Third to 187, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky, with Nikki. Fourth place to entry number 137, Manny Kinman, Burlington, Kentucky. 5 to 186, Levi Argebright, Brandenburg, Kentucky. 6 to 204, Blake Daly, Paris. 7 to 147, Macy Hazelrig, Ewing. 8th place to 158, Addison Moore, Guston. 9 to 188, Charles C. Parker, Pleasureville, Kentucky. And 10 to 156, Hagen Smith, Winchester, Kentucky. Placing on the Southdown Yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 63, Izzy Godman, Brooksville, Kentucky, with Forsey E24-1. Second place to 62, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Hawes 24117.
As we work into our ewe lambs here, we've got certainly some difference in maturity level here. This ewe lamb that starts the class certainly farther along than our ewe lamb that follows her up. This ewe lamb in first is really square in her hip, really deep in her muscle, a lot of sweep to that rib. Certainly she brings a lot of foot size to us. I think there's an awful lot of sheep here to try to get around. We've got a super pretty lamb here in second. I mean, this lamb is fresh handling. She's young. She's super pretty fronted, really pretty in terms of her breed type. Maybe gives up a little bit of that squareness and depth of muscle when we see that lamb from behind. That rear third of its body just needs a little time to catch up with this lamb in first.
We want to welcome to the Sheep Show the newest member of the Kentucky State Fair Board, Darren Benton, setting up here at the announcer's stand. Placing on the Southdown breeding ewes in the fall ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 65, Carson Dalton, Scottsville, Kentucky, with Bell. Second to 64, Carly Grant, Bowling Green, Kentucky, with Naya. We do want to take a moment and introduce our judges. In ring 2, working with the Blackface Crossbreds, is Jared Whitcomb of Greenview, Illinois. Jared works for the Farm Service Agency in Petersburg, Illinois. He and his family raise club lambs there. Also in Greenview, he's also married to his beautiful wife, Lauren, and they have 2 daughters, Emerson and Sloan. And working on the South Downs in ring 1 is Dan Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Dan is the owner-operator of the family farm. He's also a 32-year high school wrestling coach. Dan has judged, trimmed, and shown sheep of several breeds all over the United States. Let's welcome both Dan and Jared to your Junior Breeding Sheep Show. Placing on class number 4 of our ewe lambs, 130 to 134 pounds in the Blackface Crossbreds. First to 134, Izzy Godman, Brooksville with Patsy. Second place to 192, Carson Dalton of Scottsville with Ellie. Third to 113, Colin Combs, Taylorsville with Glitter Bomb. Fourth place to 123, Kinley French, Sharpsburg. Fifth place to 172, Ryder Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky. Sixth place to 174, Levi Wolf, DeMossville. 7 to 176, Lane Hack, Wilmore. 8 to 144, Emily Carson, Beattyville. 9 to 130, Annetta Adair, Henderson. And 10th place to 180, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown.
Move into our younger ewe lambs here with the South Downs. I think we've got to me, a pretty handy place to start. A lamb that's got a lot of rack shape to her, a lot of rib shape to her, a lot of bone. She certainly moves about the ring well, just a real complete sheep to start the class. We've got 2 lambs that are slightly longer bodied probably than our class winner standing here in second and third. We're going to follow up with the one that I think follows up with the same kind of rib cage that we have in our first place lamb. She gives us a lot of extension, good front about this sheep, good breed character on her. Just gives up the muscle and mass that we see in the lamb that wins the class. And maybe we step back just a little bit more in terms of depth of muscle and width when we get to our third place lamb. But again, one that brings us a lot of length of body and good extension.
Placing on the class of late-born junior ewe lambs for the South Downs, first to entry 67, Reagan Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky with Willoughby 24051. Second place to 69, Adeline McCarty, Independence, Kentucky. And third to 68, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky.
In selection of our South Down champion female here, in my opinion, I kind of had them sorted already in my mind as they were gathering to come in the ring. I pretty much knew where I was going to go as long as they fit me the same when they hit the ring versus when they were in here before. And I'm gonna go ahead and go out and pick your champions now. There's some sheep that are just a little more my speed that are up at the top. I think sheep that are right in terms of their type and kind and certainly their frame size. And I'll go out and select those three on the top end here now.
For our Southdown show, our champion U went to the first place out of the yearling class, entry 63, Izzy Godman, Brooksville, Kentucky, with 4CE 24-1. The reserve champion was first in the late junior U Lamb class, entry 67, Reagan Coffey, Harnard, with Willoughby 24-051. And third overall was entry number 65 from the fall U Lamb class, Carson Dalton, Scottsville, Kentucky, with Bell. Now ready to move into our Suffolk show. We need to start out with late-born junior Ram Lambs. Late-born junior Ram Lambs, please.
Well, we just have a single entry here in the Suffolk side. In terms of our Rams, we got one that's got good length of body, pretty good bone structure under him, maybe a little more fuzz on his legs than I like, but certainly a Ram that brings a lot of length and handles pretty smooth through that shoulder. I think going to go on to make a pretty sound kind of a Ram. So he'll be our champion today. There's Suffolk February ewe lamb class here, spring ewe lamb class. We got a really nice lamb. I think one that brings a lot of pieces to us. She's quite long, good and angular about her front. Doesn't want to cooperate very well today, but certainly brings a lot of good things. We'd had the fall lamb that was in the last class. Again, a lamb that was good and thick, a lot of rib cage to it, and we'll compare the two here in a champion drive now.
Placing on the Suffolk Late-born junior ram lamb class, first place to entry 72, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first to entry 75, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, with Macaulay, 6767 RR69. Placing on class number 5 of our blackface crossbred ewe lambs, first place to 178, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky. Second place to entry number 195, Emma Mullican, Maysville, Kentucky. Third to 151, Castine Caldwell, Butler, Kentucky. Fourth place to 142, Addison Cowan, Mayslick. 5 to 162, Carrie Wagner, Lexington. Sixth place to 169, Maddox Tremay, Adophilis. 7 to 197, Blake Daly, Paris. Eighth place to 166, Clabber Wolf, DeMossville. 9 to 128, Meredith Hampton, Elkton. And 10 to entry number 141, Macy Beecraft, Morning View. We do want to announce that after the class that's currently in the ring, Class 6 of our blackface crossbreds weighing between 140 and 154, we will show the pair of ewe lamb class.
In our Suffolk champion drive, I think we've got two real nice ewes out here. I think they're slightly different in their build, but I think for me, this fall lamb, though she may not be quite as big a sheep in the end game, I think she's just designed so well. Her top line really nice. She has rib cage to her that blends really well. She's very symmetrical. A ewe that really brings a nice hip. She's going to be our champion today, and we're going to follow up with our reserve on our Suffolk ewe lamb.
For our Suffolk show, our Slickshorn ewe lamb, born after January 1 class, first place to entry 76, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, with Macaulay, 7120 RR69. Our overall champion ewe for the Suffolk show went to our first place senior ewe lamb, entry 75, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, with Macaulay, 6767 RR69. The reserve champion goes to our first place slick-sheared ewe lamb born after January 1, entry 76, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, with Macaulay, 7120 RR69.
In our Dorset class here, I think as the December lamb finder stood right. Long-bodied sheep, good-bodied sheep. I'd change the breed character quite a bit on this one. The hooves are awful dark for me, and there's a fair amount of dark color on the legs and the muzzle, but certainly we appreciate the body on this sheep. I think going to make probably a lot of nice white-faced lambs.
Placing on the Dorset Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 1, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky.
Nice junior ram here. I think a ram that's really nice in terms of its breed type, one that brings a lot of muscle to the table. Not as long as the last buck that we saw, but certainly considerably better in its breed type. In our champion Dorset Ram Drive, pretty easy for me. As much as I like the body shape on this ram that wins, we have far superior breed type in our second place ram here. Much better in its hoof color, hair color, and certainly it's going to come together nicer in terms of its overall design.
For our Dorset show, our champion ram went to the first place early junior ram lamb, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. The reserve champion was first in the senior ram lamb class, also Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Also, Wilson Barnes had first place in the pair of ram lambs. Now ready for yearling ewes. Placing on class number 6. Class 6 of our blackface crossbreds. First place to 191, Carson Dalton, Scottsville. Second place to 132, Izzy Godman, Brooksville. Third place to 202, Addison Cowan, Mayslick. Fourth place to 136, Melissa Rodriguez, Burlington. 5 to 199, Ella Stone, Grinnip. Sixth place to 84, Addison Cowan, Mayslick. Seventh place to 161, Annabeth McCarthy, Independence. Eighth place to 175, Hayden Turner, Falmouth. And 9 to 154, Ivory McGlone, Grayson.
Really well-designed Dorset ewe here in our yearling class. Very immature for this class, still carrying lamb teeth. Certainly one that brings us a lot of rib shape and design, extremely symmetrical in its build. Very athletic, too, as it leaves the ring. So congratulations to our class winner.
Placing on the Dorset yearling ewe class, first place to entry 9, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. Placing on the blackface crossbred pair ewe lamb class, first place to 207, Carson Dalton, Scottsville, Kentucky. Second place to 209, Addison Cowan, Maeslick, Kentucky. Third to 206, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. For the blackface crossbreds, we're now ready for Class 7, ewes weighing 178 to 220. That'll be followed by a pair of yearling ewe class. Now showing early junior ewe lambs for the Dorsets.
On the Dorset side, we've got three pretty good ewe lambs here. They're a little different. They're type and kind. I think the one that wins the class is just the boldest in her rib shape. She's the most robust in her overall skeletal frame. She's the biggest boned one. She brings a big hip structure to us. But maybe more importantly, she brings length of body and she brings balance. She's really good out of her shoulder, comes up with some extension and handles herself pretty good on the move. The lamb in second's a problem lamb for me because I really like pieces about this sheep. I really like the fact that it's a little bit more elevated in terms of its shoulder. Maybe one that brings a little bit leaner look in terms of its top, a little fresher in terms of its maturity curve, but doesn't come to us with quite as much overall flank and depth of rib. Maybe wants to pop that loin up and fight us just a little bit when we get her on the move, but certainly a pretty cool lamb in her own right. We round out the class with a big frame lamb that I appreciate for that. I'm not the kind of person that's looking for smaller, tight-wound sheep. I like bigger frame sheep if they can bring enough muscle to us. This one maybe doesn't have quite as much as the others had, and I'd sure like to clean up a bunch of that color down around her feet and her hooves today if we're going to move her any higher.
Placing on the Dorset Early Born Junior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 12, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. Second place to 14, Reagan Coffey, Harnard, Kentucky, with Candy Showsheep 5073. And third to entry 15, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky. Placings on class number 7 of our blackface crossbred ewes. First place to 177, Macy Beecraft, Morning View. Second place to 117, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. And third to entry 116, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place to Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky.
As we get into our younger ewe lambs here, we've got some diversity in what we're looking at in this class. I'll explain how I placed them and why. This one that stands up front here, I think one that just brings a lot of rib cage to us. Certainly there's a lot of muscle in this sheep. Yes, she's maybe a touch far along for this young class, but a lamb that's just really balanced as well. She handles herself pretty well on the move. She's extended about her front. She's balanced. I like the way she comes into her chest floor a little bit better than our second place ewe. And I like the fact that she's just a little bit more balanced, and she really quite honestly travels better in her back legs. That's the biggest difference here today. The ewe that stands in second, she's got the better hip of the two. I really like the flatness and the squareness to that hip. I really like the fact that she's one that brings us that thickness through that top line. She's got a lot of rack shape. I'd again clean her up in that lower third, up in that front portion of her body, and I'd change her on her back wheels, particularly her back right, if we're going to make her just enough to get around this top lamb today, but a good sheep in her own right. Move into our lamb in third, a little bit narrower version of what we had in the top end. She maybe needs a little more time. She is a little more refined in her bone work, but certainly she's a good structured sheep in terms of her top line and her front end design. Round out the class with a pounds heavy lamb in the class, one that we certainly appreciate in terms of her overall thickness and growth curve to this point. She's fleshed up well, but certainly one that's maybe just a little bit lower fronted and a little flatter in her design, and certainly she carries a lot more color that I like to see in these purebred Dorsets. Thank you.
Placing on the late-born junior ewe lamb class for the Dorsets, first place goes to entry 19, Cadence Ryan, Butler, Kentucky, with Dorsets and Daylilies, 541S. Second place to 16, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Johnson Family Showstock, 25119. Third to 18, Carrie Wagner, Lexington, Kentucky. 4 to 17, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky.
In our Dorset Champion female drive here. In my opinion, we had some really nice sheep come through this Dorset ring. I know the numbers haven't been extremely high, but there's been some good ones. And I'll go out and select your champion at this point. I think there's one that just kind of hit me hard enough that it's really hard to not use her for champion. And then we'll follow up with our reserve and our third overall. Congratulations.
In our Dorset show, our champion ewe went to the first place early, Junior Ewe Lamb, entry 12, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. Second, our reserve champion went to the first place yearling ewe, entry 09, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. And third went to the second place animal in the early Junior Ewe Lamb class, entry 14, Reagan Coffee of Harnard, Kentucky, with Candy Show Sheep 5073. With the black-faced crossbreds, our champion was first in class number 2, entry 135, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Ambergy 25063. Reserve champion was our class 3 winner, entry 182, Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with Jenny. And third overall was class 6 winner, entry 191, Carson Dalton of Scottsville, Kentucky. We're now ready to move into our white-faced crossbreds. We have a single class of ewe lambs weighing 115 to 136. And in ring 1, we're judging our class of Dorset Advantage early born junior ram lambs.
In our early ram lambs over here, we've got a little bit of give and take in this particular drive. I'm going to go ahead and leave them the way they're standing. I'll be the first to grant I would change the way this first ram tracks out on those rear feet a little bit. He wants to bring them up under him and get just a little soft on his pasterns, but tremendous amount of length of body, really good hip in this ram. He could maybe be a little more robust in his rib shape for his overall size, but there's just a lot of overall length and meat in this ram. The ram standing in second, I appreciate his rib shape just a little more. I'd like to see him with just a little bit more bone structure. And if this ram walked just a little bit better on his rear legs, he would probably surpass the ram that stands in front of him.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage early born junior ram lamb class, first place to entry 90, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. Second place to entry 89, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. We will be doing a Kentucky Proud lineup following all of our classes. It will be a silent class. The judges will select, but we will not be announcing those. We will announce for you to come out so you know who you are. But we'll follow all of our, after the Dorset Advantage and also after the Whiteface Cross, we will call those out. Now showing Dorset Advantage, late junior ram lambs, late junior ram lambs.
Got a nice entry here in our late ram lambs for the Dorset Advantage. I think one that brings a fairly robust rib cage to us, big top, some leg score to him. He's fighting quite a bit right now, but he did travel around the ring fairly well when they brought him in, and a ram that I think is quite sound.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage late born junior ram lamb class, first place to entry 92, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. We now have a single entry in the pair of Ram Lambs for the Dorset Advantage. Placing on the Dorset Advantage pair Ram Lambs, first place went to Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky.
As we get to our Dorset Advantage champion ram, it's pretty easy for me. The ram that wins the spring class here is one that just really walks out better than our other two rams did. He's going to be our champion ram today, and we'll follow up with the big framed ram here as our reserve champion ram.
Champion Dorset Advantage Ram goes to entry 92 out of the late junior Ram Lamb class, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Reserve champion came from the early junior Ram Lamb class, entry 90, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. Now ready for early born junior ewe lambs. Early born junior ewe lambs. Placing on the white-face crossbreds in the ewe lambs weighing 115 to 136. First place in champion white-face crossbred is entry 217, Laney Lone, Grinnip. Second place to 218, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Third place to 223, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky. And that is champion, reserve champion, and third overall in that order. Fourth in that class, 220, Macy Beecraft, Morning View. 5 to 222, Luke Renfro, Bowling Green. 6 to 219, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown. 7 to entry 221, Annetta Adair, Henderson.
got two real nice early lambs here. I chose to use the one that's a little darker in her color, but one that just really brings a top. She has a huge hip and leg score to her. She's got a lot of rib shape. Taking nothing away from our second lamb. The second lamb to me is a little more extended. I really like the fact that it's a little higher in its shoulder, one that brings us a lot of length of body. I'd just maybe like to see her comparatively to our first place lamb, just bring a little more rib shape and maybe just a little bit more overall depth of body.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Early Born Junior Ewe Lamb class, first place to 101, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. Second place to 100, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky.
Nice lamb here, working into our second class of the DOAs that I think a really, really sharp lamb in terms of its build. I think one that brings a lot of power, a lot of rib cage to it, really meaty when we get to that rear third of its body, and I think stays nice and square and trim as well. Good feet and legs, a lot of bone structure, pretty nice lamb.
Placing on the late-born Junior Ewe Lamb for the Dorset Advantage, first place to entry 86, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. Now showing for champion and reserve champion ewe, as well as third.
I think when we look at these Dorset Advantage ewe lambs, there's certainly some differences in them, but I think the one that struck me the most is going to be the one that came out of the late class. She's going to be our champion ewe. She's just really good in that rib cage. I think the big thing I think is she just brings a little more bone for the amount of body size she has. I think she just comes together a little well in terms of her balance and her symmetry. Really good fronted. We're going to come back and use this female here that came out of the early class for reserve, built a lot like that first play, or that champion lamb, I should say, but just a little bit more length of body. And then we'll follow up our third place with this whiter lamb here that came out of that early class in the second place position.
Champion Dorset Advantage ewe goes to entry 86 out of the late Junior Ewe Lamb class, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. The reserve champion from the early Junior Ewe Lamb class, entry 101, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. And third overall, entry number 100, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. If you will be serving as a mentor for the Sunshine class, there will be a meeting 30 minutes after the conclusion of the shows here to this evening, right here at the show ring. In the makeup area, which is ring number 1. We're going to use that as the makeup for this Kentucky Proud. From the AOB meet, we need Caitlin Geyer with entry number 102, and also Caitlin Geyer with 103. In the Hampshire, we need Blake Daly and Clark Coyle. Southdown, we need Izzy Godman and Adeline McCarthy. For the Dorset, Blake Daly. For the Blackface Cross, Sarah Grace Mattingly and Josie Phillips. For the Whiteface Cross, we need Blake Daly and Macy Beecraft. And the Dorset Advantage, we need Abigail Mattingly. We need those animals in the makeup area, which is ring 1, and then they'll bring you into ring 2 to be shown. Again, this is a silent show. The judges will not comment. The results will not be announced tonight. Those will be held in reserve until we have the grand drive on Thursday. This is an evaluation of the county group class. And this was won by Fayette County. Josie Phillips. Josie Phillips, we need your blackface crossbred reserve to show for the Kentucky Proud. Again, we want to remind you, if you signed up to be a mentor for the Sunshine class, then you will have a meeting 30 minutes after the conclusion of this portion of the show where we're doing the Kentucky Proud. Again, we want to remind you, this is a silent presentation. Our judges will not be making comments or results announced. They will hold those until tomorrow or till Thursday evening at the Supreme Drive. Hagen Smith, please come to the show ring desk. Hagen Smith. Exhibitors, thank you very much. You are finished. Thank you. Well, let's give our judges one more big round of applause for their work today on showmanship as well as breeding sheep. Remember, tomorrow morning at 8:30, there will be a junior sheep exhibitors meeting right here at the show ring. 8:30 tomorrow morning. In a half an hour, those of you that have volunteered to be mentors in the Sunshine class tomorrow, that'll start at 9 o'clock over in Broadbent. You will have a meeting in a half an hour from now here at the show ring. Novice Lamb Showmanship and Novice Market Lamb Show begins at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.